Welcome back to Park Ranger Files. Before we dive into tonight's collection, I need to give you a warning. What you're about to hear are three accounts that happened on or around Valentine's Day, a holiday we associate with love, romance, and celebration. But for the people in these stories, February 14th became a date they'll never forget for entirely different reasons. But first, if you're new here, or you've been watching for a while without subscribing, now's the perfect time to hit that subscribe button. Now, let's get into tonight's first account. Story 1. My name is Bethany, and I'm a high school English teacher in Denton, Texas. I've been teaching for about 8 years now, and I love my job. I love working with teenagers, even when they're difficult, even when they're going through all that teenage drama. I genuinely enjoy being someone they can talk to, someone they trust. But there's one student I'll never forget, and not for any good reason. This happened back in February of 2019. I was teaching 10th grade at the time, and I had this student in my third period class. I'm going to call him Devin. Devin was quiet and kept to himself mostly. Always sat in the back corner of the classroom. He wasn't a bad kid, just off somehow. You know how sometimes you get a feeling about someone and you can't quite put your finger on why? That was Devin. He'd stare a lot. Not in an obvious way, but I'd catch him just watching me when he thought I wasn't looking. And it wasn't the normal teenage boy thing. I've been teaching long enough to know the difference between a harmless crush and something that makes your skin crawl. This was the latter. Around early February, the school was doing its usual Valentine's Day fundraiser. Student council was selling those conversation heart candies with little messages on them. You know, be mine, sweetheart, all that cutesy stuff. Students could buy them for their friends, their crushes, whatever, and they'd be delivered during homeroom on Valentine's Day. I didn't think much of it. It's a tradition we do every year. Valentine's Day fell on a Thursday that year. I remember because I had plans that Friday to drive to Austin to visit my sister for the weekend, and I was looking forward to getting away for a few days. The day started normally enough. My homeroom students got their candy deliveries, lots of giggling and blushing, and the usual teenage excitement. Then, third period rolled around. Devin came in late, which wasn't unusual for him. He took his seat in the back without making eye contact with anyone, and I started the lesson. We were reading The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, which in hindsight feels almost too on the nose, but at the time, it was just part of the curriculum. About halfway through the period, there was a knock on my classroom door. It was one of the student council kids with a delivery, a huge bag of those conversation hearts, and I mean huge. It must have been 5 pounds of candy, all addressed to me. The class started whooping and teasing me, asking who my secret admirer was, and I laughed it off. Teachers get stuff like this sometimes, usually from students who are trying to butter you up before asking for an extension on an assignment. I set the bag on my desk and continued teaching. But something made me glance at Devin. He was smiling. Not a happy smile, not a friendly smile. It was this tight, knowing smile that made my stomach drop. After class, once all the students had filed out, I looked at the bag of candy hearts. There was no name on it, just "To Miss Bethany" in printed letters. I opened it up thinking I'd just eat a few and share the rest with the teacher's lounge. That's when I realized something was wrong. Every single candy heart in that bag had been customized. Someone had taken a marker, a very fine-tipped marker, and written over the original messages. And they weren't sweet little Valentine sentiments. Watching you. So beautiful. Love your hair. Touch you soon. Dream of you. Pretty sleeper. My hands started shaking as I dug through the bag. There must have been 200 of these candies, and every single one had been written on. Some of them were worse. Know your address. See you home. Bedroom window. Blue pajamas. That last one made my blood run cold. I owned blue pajamas. I'd worn them the night before. I immediately took the bag to the principal's office. I told her about Devin, about the staring, about that smile. She took it seriously, thank God. We called his parents in for a meeting that same day, and when confronted, Devin denied everything. He said he didn't know anything about the candy. But here's the thing that still haunts me. When the principal asked if he'd purchased any conversation hearts from the student council fundraiser, he said no. So we checked with the student council sponsor. Devin had bought exactly 5 pounds of conversation hearts, paid in cash, 2 weeks earlier, the maximum any student was allowed to purchase. His parents were horrified. They apologized profusely, said they'd handle it, said Devin had some issues they were working through with a therapist. The school decided not to press charges, since technically he hadn't made any direct threats. But Devin was transferred to another school district immediately. I thought that was the end of it. I really did. That Friday, I drove to Austin to stay with my sister like I'd planned. I needed to get away, to clear my head. My sister lived in a nice apartment complex in South Austin. 2nd floor, pretty secure building with a gate code and everything. I felt safe there. Saturday morning, I woke up early around 6 a.m. My sister was still asleep in her room. I went to the kitchen to make some coffee, and that's when I saw it. Sitting on my sister's welcome mat right outside her apartment door was a single conversation heart candy. I hadn't told anyone where my sister lived. I hadn't mentioned my weekend plans to anyone at school except maybe in passing to another teacher. My sister's apartment was 2 hours away from Denton. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the candy when I picked it up. The message on it, written in that same fine-tipped marker, said, "Found you." I called the police immediately. My sister woke up to me on the phone, hysterical, barely able to explain what was happening. The Austin police took a report, but there wasn't much they could do. No cameras had caught anyone approaching the apartment. The building's gate code had been changed recently, but several residents had given it out to food delivery drivers, so it wasn't exactly secure. The Denton police coordinated with Austin PD and went to Devin's house that same day. His parents said he'd been home all night, hadn't left his room. They seemed sincere, seemed as freaked out as I was. But when the police asked to see Devin, his mother went upstairs and came back down looking pale. Devin's bedroom window was open. He was gone. They found him 6 hours later, walking along I-35 heading south, about 40 miles from Austin. When they picked him up, he had a backpack with him. Inside were hundreds more of those conversation hearts, all of them handwritten with messages to me. The police report said he'd gotten some kind of tracking app on his phone and had somehow gained access to my social media, figured out who my sister was, found her address through some people search website. He'd taken his parents' car keys while they were asleep and drove to Austin. His parents didn't even know the car was gone. Devin was 17, so he was charged as a juvenile. He underwent psychiatric evaluation and was eventually committed to a facility for treatment. I got a restraining order, obviously, and the school district offered to move me to a different campus if I wanted. But here's what I can't shake, what still keeps me up at night sometimes. When the police searched Devin's room, they found something that the officers said they'd never seen before in their entire careers. Devin had covered one entire wall of his bedroom with printed photographs. Photographs of me. Not at school. At home. Walking my dog. Getting my mail. Sitting on my couch watching TV through my living room window. Sleeping in my bed. The photos were dated in the bottom corner, and the earliest one was from October, 4 months before Valentine's Day. 4 months of him watching me, photographing me, obsessing over me, and I never knew. I still live in Denton. I got better curtains, installed security cameras, adopted a very large German Shepherd named Bear. I'm more careful now about my social media, about what I share, about who might be watching. Devin got out of the facility when he turned 18. I got a notification about it from Victim Services. That was 3 years ago. I don't know where he is now, and I don't want to know. But every Valentine's Day, without fail, I find a single conversation heart candy somewhere in my daily routine. On my car windshield, in my mailbox, slipped into my coat pocket while I'm at the grocery store. I've reported every single one to the police. They can't do anything unless they catch him in the act. The restraining order is still active, but it's just a piece of paper. It won't stop someone who's determined. Last Valentine's Day, the candy heart said something different. Something that made me realize this is never going to end. Worth waiting for. The thing about obsession that most people don't understand is how patient it can be. How someone can watch and wait and plan for months, years even, without you having any idea. We think of stalkers as obvious, as people who make their presence known. But the really dangerous ones, they're invisible until they want to be seen. I've talked to other teachers about this since it happened. You'd be surprised how common it is. Not to this extent maybe, but inappropriate attachments, boundary violations, students who develop fixations. We're taught classroom management and pedagogy, but nobody really prepares you for what to do when a student's interest in you crosses from academic to obsessive. There's this moment that happened about a month before the Valentine's Day incident that I didn't think much about at the time, but it haunts me now. I was leaving school late one evening around 7 p.m. after a parent-teacher conference. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few cars belonging to the janitorial staff and administrators working late. I was walking to my car when I saw someone standing near it, just standing there, not moving. The parking lot lights weren't great, so I couldn't see who it was until I got closer. It was Devin. "What are you doing here?" I'd asked, trying to keep my voice friendly but firm. "School ended hours ago." He'd smiled that same unsettling smile. "I had detention. Just getting out now." Detention ended at 4 p.m. It was 7 p.m. But I didn't call him on the lie. I just unlocked my car, got in, and drove away. In my rearview mirror, I watched him standing there in the parking lot watching me leave. I should have reported then, but I talked myself out of it, told myself I was overreacting, that he was just a weird kid, that I didn't want to cause trouble over nothing. After the Valentine's Day candy incident, after the photos were discovered, I realized he hadn't been getting out of detention that night. He'd been waiting for me, learning what time I left, what car I drove, where I parked. He'd been collecting information. The police told me that's what obsessive stalkers do. They gather data, create patterns, build a comprehensive profile of their target's life. Every little interaction, every casual conversation, every throwaway comment becomes part of a larger picture in their mind. I've had to learn to live with the knowledge that someone studied me like that. That every time I smiled at Devin, every time I praised his work in class, every normal teacher-student interaction was being twisted into something else in his mind. Building into this narrative where we were meant to be together, where I was his, and he just needed to show me. The photographs the police found weren't just creepy. They were strategic. He documented my routines. When I woke up, when I went to bed, when I was home alone, when I had company. He knew my schedule better than I did. There was one photo in particular that the police showed me during the investigation. I was sitting on my couch in my living room watching TV. I was wearing my blue pajamas, the ones mentioned on the candy heart. But what made this photo particularly disturbing was that it was taken from inside my house, not from the window looking in, from inside. The angle of the shot, the detective explained, meant the camera had been placed somewhere in my living room. Devin had been inside my house, had set up a camera, and had been recording me. They never found the camera. I had my whole house swept by a private security company, and they found nothing. Either Devin had removed it before the police got to his house, or it was so well hidden that even professionals couldn't locate it. I ended up moving to a different house entirely, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The presence on my doorstep started about 6 months after Devin was committed. Little things at first. Flowers, chocolates, stuffed animals. No notes, no identification, but I knew they were from him. Had to be. I reported every single one to the police. They do welfare checks at the facility where Devin was being held. Every time he was accounted for, in his room or in therapy or in the common area. They couldn't prove he was sending them. Then the presents started getting more personal. A copy of a book I'd mentioned in class months before. A coffee mug from my favorite cafe. A scarf in the exact shade of blue I'd worn to school one day. Someone was still watching me. Still paying attention. Either Devin had an accomplice, someone on the outside doing his bidding, or he'd made such detailed notes about me before his arrest that he could still send thoughtful gifts even from inside a facility. I changed my address, unlisted my phone number, scrubbed my social media. For a while, the presence stopped. I started to relax, started to think maybe it was finally over. Then Devin turned 18 and was released from the juvenile facility. I got the notification, like I said, but what victim services didn't tell me was where he'd been released to. Privacy laws protected his information, not mine. The first conversation Hart showed up 2 days after his release. On my car windshield in the teacher parking lot at my new school, where I'd transferred to get away from the memories of the old one. Nobody knew I worked there. I'd been careful. I'd changed schools mid-year, hadn't updated any of my social media, hadn't told anyone outside of a few close friends and family. But Devin found me anyway. Since then, the candy hearts are like clockwork. Every Valentine's Day, without fail, one appears somewhere in my routine. And they're always somewhere that requires Devin to have current information about my life. Last year's candy heart, the one that said, "worth waiting for," was inside of my gym bag. My gym bag that I'd brought to my new gym, the one I'd just joined 2 weeks earlier. He knew where I worked out. He knew my schedule. I've reported it all. The police say their hands are tied. He hasn't made any direct threats, hasn't violated the restraining order in any way they can prove. The candy hearts are always left in public places where anyone could have put them. There's no evidence, no witnesses, no proof it's even him. But I know it's him. And he knows that I know. That's part of the game, I think. The psychological torture of it. He wants me to know he's still there, still watching, still waiting. But he's careful now. He learned from getting caught before. The worst part is the randomness of it. I never know when I'll find one. Sometimes weeks go by and then I start to relax, start to think maybe this is the year he'll stop. Then I'll reach into my coat pocket and feel that small, chalky heart between my fingers. I've started carrying Bear with me everywhere I'm allowed to. He's a good dog, protective, trained to alert me if anyone approaches. But even with an 85-pound German Shepherd by my side, I don't feel safe. Because Devin proved something to me 5 years ago. Something I can never unlearn. The scariest monsters aren't supernatural. They don't need fangs or claws. They're human. They look normal. They walk among us. They sit in our classrooms and smile and do their homework and seem like any other student. Until they're not. I still teach. I still work with teenagers. I still love my job most days. But I'm always watching now. Always aware of who's in my classroom, who's looking at me, and for how long. I've developed protocols, safety measures, ways to protect myself that have become second nature. I don't stay late after school anymore. I vary my routes home. I never post about my location on social media. I check my car before getting in, check the back seat, check for tracking devices monthly. My house has cameras on every entrance, motion sensors, reinforced locks. I've become what Devin made me. Paranoid, hypervigilant, always looking over my shoulder. And every February, I dread the 14th. But more than that, I dread the day when a candy heart shows up and the message changes from worth waiting for to time's up. Because I know that day is coming. It's just a matter of when. All right, before we move on to our second story, I want to hear from you. Have you ever had someone become obsessed with you? How did you handle it? And teachers especially. Have you ever had a student cross a line? Share your experiences in the comments below. Your story might help someone else who's going through something similar. And if you're enjoying these stories, smash that like button and make sure you're subscribed with notifications on. We've got more true horror coming your way, and you won't want to miss it. Now let's continue with our second account of the night. Story 2. My name is Trevor, and I manage a high-end steakhouse in downtown Seattle. It's the kind of place where reservations book out months in advance, where people propose, celebrate anniversaries, close business deals. We're talking $200 per person minimum, and that's before wine. I've been in the restaurant industry for 15 years, worked my way up from dishwasher to front of house manager, and I love it. Every night is different. Every service is a new challenge. Valentine's Day is our Super Bowl. It's the busiest night of the year, the most stressful, but also the most rewarding when everything goes perfectly. We take reservations for Valentine's Day starting in November, and we're usually fully booked within 3 weeks. This story is from Valentine's Day 2021. COVID restrictions had just started loosening up in Washington, and people were desperate to get back to some sense of normalcy. We were operating at reduced capacity, but even so, we had every table reserved for 2 seatings, one at 5:30 p.m. and one at 8:30 p.m. About 2 weeks before Valentine's Day, I got a call from a guy who wanted to make a reservation. I'll call him Julian. I explained that we were fully booked, but he was persistent. He said he'd pay extra, said it was important, said he was planning to propose to his girlfriend, and it had to be our restaurant because it's where they had their first date. I felt bad for the guy, I really did, but there was nothing I could do. We were at capacity, and even if we weren't, I couldn't just bump someone else's reservation. I suggested he try walking in early, maybe we'd have a cancellation, but I couldn't make any promises. Julian called back 3 more times over the next week, each time more desperate than the last. On the final call, he offered me $500 cash just to get him a table. I had to be firm with him. I explained that it wasn't about the money. It was about capacity and fairness to our other guests. He finally accepted it, and I didn't hear from him again. Valentine's Day arrived. The restaurant looked perfect. Roses on every table, dim lighting, special menu printed on cream cardstock. My staff was ready. Everyone knew their assignments. First seating started at 5:30, and everything was running smoothly. Around 7:15 p.m., during the middle of first seating, a man walked into the restaurant. No reservation, no call ahead. I recognized his voice immediately when he spoke. It was Julian. He was dressed nicely, button-down shirt and slacks, carrying a small gift box that looked like it probably contained jewelry. He looked nervous, kept shifting his weight from foot to foot. "I know I don't have a reservation," he said before I could speak, "but I'm begging you, please, I have the ring. She's expecting a nice dinner. I can't let her down, please." I felt terrible for him, I really did, but we were genuinely at capacity. Every table was full. We had people timing their courses, and second seating guests would start arriving in about an hour. There was literally nowhere to put him. "I'm sorry," I told him. "I truly am. But there's nothing I can do tonight. I can book you for next weekend, Valentine's Day weekend. Same romantic atmosphere." "It has to be today." He cut me off. His voice had changed, gotten harder. "It has to be tonight." "I understand, but..." "You don't understand," he said. "You don't understand anything." The shift in his tone made me uncomfortable. I could see my hostess looking concerned, and one of my servers had stopped what he was doing to watch the interaction. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave," I said, keeping my voice professional but firm. "If you'd like to make a reservation for another night..." That's when Julian smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. I already have a reservation for tonight, he said. Table 12, under the name Hendrix. My stomach dropped. Table 12 was in our main dining room, one of our best tables, right by the window with a view of the city lights. The reservation was for 2 people, 8:30 p.m. seating under the name Hendrix. I'd confirmed it myself that morning. You're not Julian Hendrix, I said slowly. No, he agreed. But I knew you wouldn't give Julian a table. So I made a reservation under a different name, with a different credit card, different phone number. Made it back in November, right when you opened bookings. I didn't know what to say. On one hand, he'd technically done nothing wrong. He had a legitimate reservation. On the other hand, this level of deception was concerning, and his demeanor was setting off every alarm bell in my head. I see, I said carefully. Well, Mr. Hendrix, your table will be ready at 8:30. If you'd like to wait at the bar, I'll come back, he said, with my girlfriend, and we're going to have a perfect evening. He left, and I immediately went to my office and pulled up the Hendrix reservation. Sure enough, it was made in November. Paid deposit with a credit card that had a different name than Julian had given me on the phone. The phone number listed was a Google Voice number, I realized later. I should have canceled it right then. I should have called the police, or at least refused service. But technically, he'd done nothing illegal. He'd made a reservation using a false name, which was shady but not criminal. And part of me, the part that had worked in customer service for 15 years, felt like maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he really was just a desperate guy trying to have a nice evening with his girlfriend. So I let it go. I told my staff to keep an eye on table 12 when they arrived, but otherwise to proceed normally. At 8:25 p.m., Julian walked in with a woman. She was younger than him, mid-20s maybe, pretty in a girl next door kind of way. She was wearing a nice dress and heels, looked excited to be there. They seemed like a normal couple. I seated them myself at the table 12. The woman, I'll call her Emma, was thrilled with the table, kept commenting on the view, the flowers, how romantic everything was. Julian was attentive to her, pulled out her chair, ordered champagne. If I hadn't known about his earlier behavior, I would have thought they were just another happy couple. Their server, Andrea, took good care of them. Appetizers, entrees, everything was going smoothly. I was starting to relax, thinking maybe I'd judged the situation too harshly. Then, about 45 minutes into their meal, Emma got up to use the restroom. The moment she was out of sight, Julian's entire demeanor changed. He flagged down Andrea and asked her to bring him the check and to have me come to the table. I walked over, expecting maybe a complaint about the food or something minor. Instead, Julian looked up at me with that same unsettling smile from earlier. I need you to do something for me, he said quietly. Of course, sir. What can I help you with? He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the small gift box I'd seen earlier. When you bring dessert, I need you to bring this with it. I'm going to propose. This should have been a sweet moment. We do proposals all the time. But something in his voice and his eyes made my skin crawl. Absolutely, I said, taking the box. Congratulations. Don't congratulate me yet, he said. She hasn't said yes. Emma came back from the restroom and I excused myself. I went to the kitchen and gave our pastry chef the heads up about the proposal. She prepared our special dessert plate. Chocolate lava cake with "Will you marry me?" written in raspberry sauce. Andrea brought out the dessert. I watched from the floor, along with most of my staff and several other tables, who'd noticed what was happening. Julian got down on one knee. He opened the box. Emma's face went white. She stood up so fast her chair fell over backward. She wasn't crying happy tears. She was scared. How did you get this? She said, her voice loud enough that the entire dining room could hear. How did you get my mother's ring? Everything got very quiet very fast. Julian stayed on one knee, but the smile was gone from his face. Emma, please just listen. That ring was in my apartment, Emma said, and she was shaking now. In my jewelry box. How did you get into my apartment? I have a key, Julian said, like this was a reasonable thing to say. You gave me a key. I gave you a key 6 months ago when you helped me move in. Emma's voice was getting higher and more panicked. I asked for it back in December when we broke up. My blood went cold. They weren't a couple. Emma thought this was just a friendly dinner with an ex. We didn't break up, Julian said, still on one knee, still holding the ring. We had a fight, that's all. We're perfect together. You know we are. Emma was backing away from the table now. Julian, we broke up. I told you it wasn't working. I've been telling you for 2 months to leave me alone. That's when I stepped in. I walked over to the table, helped Julian to his feet, and very firmly suggested that maybe this wasn't the right time or place. Julian turned to me, and the look in his eyes was pure rage. You're ruining this, he said. This was supposed to be perfect. I planned everything. I did everything right. Sir, I think you should leave, I said, and I motioned for 2 of my larger servers to come closer. Emma pulled out her phone. I'm calling the police, she said. That's when Julian lost it completely. He grabbed the dessert plate, the one with "Will you marry me" written on it, and smashed it against the table. Chocolate and raspberry sauce went everywhere. The entire dining room gasped. You're making a mistake, he shouted at Emma. We're supposed to be together. I did all this for you. My servers grabbed him, started escorting him toward the door. He was still yelling, still trying to reach Emma, who was crying now, phone pressed to her ear, talking to 911. In the chaos of getting Julian out of the restaurant, something fell out of his pocket. A folded piece of paper. I picked it up without thinking. It was a timeline, handwritten, meticulously detailed, going back months. Every interaction he'd had with Emma, every text message she'd sent, every social media post she'd made. But it also included things she hadn't posted, times she'd left her apartment, where she'd gone, who she'd been with. And at the bottom, circled multiple times in red pen, Valentine's Day. Proposed, she'll say yes. Perfect life begins. The police arrived within minutes. They took statements from Emma, from me, from several guests who'd witnessed everything. Julian was arrested in the parking lot where my servers had corralled him. When the police searched his car, they found more disturbing items. Copies of Emma's apartment key that he'd made before returning the original. Photos of Emma taken through her windows. A duffel bag with rope, duct tape, and zip ties. The detective told me later that if Emma had said no to the proposal, or more likely when she'd said no, Julian had planned to kidnap her. That's why he'd needed it to be Valentine's Day, needed it to be this restaurant. He'd planned every detail, had a backup plan for every contingency, except the one where Emma called him out publicly, in front of witnesses. But there was more to it than that, so much more. When the police did a deeper dive into Julian's background, they discovered he'd done this before. Not the kidnapping part, at least not that they could prove, but the obsessive relationship behavior. There were 3 other women, all ex-girlfriends from the past 6 years, who had restraining orders against him. None of them had pressed criminal charges because, like with Emma, Julian had always stayed just on the legal side of the line. Harassment that wasn't quite provable, gifts that weren't quite threatening, behavior that was creepy but not criminal. Until Emma. Emma was different because she called him out in public, because she had witnesses, because the police found the kidnapping supplies before he could use them. One of his ex-girlfriends agreed to talk to the police after Julian's arrest. I wasn't supposed to hear this. The detective was talking to my security staff about the case, and I happened to overhear. But what she said still makes my stomach turn. She told them that Julian had this thing he did. When a relationship ended, or more accurately, when the woman tried to end the relationship, he'd create this elaborate scenario designed to prove they were meant to be together. some grand gesture that would make her realize she'd made a mistake leaving him. With this ex-girlfriend, it had been a surprise party. He'd convinced her to meet him, to return some things, then brought her to a rented venue where he'd set up a party celebrating their relationship. Photos of them together plastered on the walls, a custom cake, even party guests. His friends and family, people she barely knew, all there to celebrate a relationship she'd already ended. When she tried to leave, he'd blocked the door, told her she couldn't go until she gave him another chance, until she saw how much effort he'd put in, how much he loved her. His family had backed him up, told her she was being rude, that the least she could do was stay for the cake. She'd stayed out of fear and social pressure, endured 2 hours of this nightmare celebration before finally escaping to her car and driving away. She'd gotten the restraining order the next day, but the damage was done. She'd told the detective that she still had nightmares about being trapped in that room, surrounded by people telling her to give him another chance. Julian's pattern was escalation. Each ex-girlfriend reported increasingly elaborate and disturbing grand gestures. The restaurant proposal with Emma was just the latest iteration, but it was the first one where he'd planned for violence if the gesture didn't work. The detective believed it, though he couldn't prove it, that Julian had been working up to this for years, that his ultimate fantasy wasn't just getting a woman to stay with him, but forcing her to stay through kidnapping and imprisonment. Each failed relationship had taught him something new, made him better at planning, more careful about avoiding detection. If Emma hadn't been brave enough to confront him in that dining room full of witnesses, if she'd just gone along with it to avoid a scene, the detective thought Julian would have proposed. She would have said no in private, and then we would have been investigating a missing person case instead of an attempted kidnapping. The aftermath at the restaurant was messy. Several tables asked for their checks immediately, too disturbed to finish their meals. One couple actually thanked us on their way out. Apparently, the husband had been dragging his feet on proposing, and witnessing Julian's meltdown had given him clarity on what not to do. We had to completely reset table 12. The chocolate and raspberry sauce had gotten everywhere. On the chairs, on the floor, on the window. One of my servers spent an hour scrubbing while I dealt with police and witness statements. The other diners who'd stayed were weirdly energized by the whole thing. It was like they'd witnessed something they'd only seen in movies, and the adrenaline of it made them chattier, more animated. I heard one table joking about how their Valentine's Day would make for a great story. I didn't find it funny. I kept thinking about Emma's face when she'd seen that ring, the fear in her eyes. How violated she must have felt, knowing Julian had broken into her apartment, gone through her things, stolen something precious from her. That ring had belonged to Emma's mother, who died when Emma was 16. It was the only piece of jewelry her mother had left her. Julian had taken it specifically because he knew how much it meant to her, thought that proposing with it would be romantic instead of manipulative and cruel. Emma got the ring back eventually. It was logged as evidence, but the prosecutor worked to have it released back to her before the trial. She told one of the victim advocates that she'd had it reset, put it on a different band, because she couldn't wear it the way it was. It would always remind her of that night. As for the restaurant, we implemented new policies after that. We started doing background checks on names associated with large reservations. We trained our staff on de-escalation and how to spot concerning behavior. We installed panic buttons at the host stand in several locations throughout the dining room. Some of my staff quit after that night. They didn't feel safe anymore. Couldn't shake the feeling that any normal-seeming couple might have something dark brewing beneath the surface. Andrea, the server who'd been taking care of table 12, had a panic attack during her next shift and took a leave of absence. She never came back. I think about Julian sometimes, sitting in that prison cell. I wonder if he understands what he did wrong, or if in his mind, He's the victim in all this. If he thinks Emma overreacted, that she ruined what was supposed to be a perfect night, the detective told me that guys like Julian have a completely different reality in their heads. They build these elaborate fantasy relationships that have nothing to do with the actual person they're obsessed with. In Julian's mind, he and Emma were perfect together. Any evidence to the contrary, like her breaking up with him, blocking his number, telling him to leave her alone, he just dismissed as temporary setbacks. The timeline he'd created, the one that fell out of his pocket, painted a picture of someone who was deeply, profoundly disconnected from reality. He'd documented every interaction with Emma going back to when they first met, but his interpretations of those interactions were delusional. A casual coffee date became our first romantic evening together. Emma mentioning she liked a certain band became, she's telling me about her inner world, letting me in. Her breaking up with him became, she's scared of her feelings, needs reassurance. Everything Emma did or said was filtered through this distorted lens, where her actions confirmed what Julian already believed, that they were meant to be together, that she loved him, that she just needed the right push to realize it. The psychiatrist who evaluated him for court testified that Julian had erotomania, a delusional disorder where someone believes another person is in love with them despite evidence to the contrary. Combined with narcissistic tendencies and a complete inability to accept rejection, it made him genuinely dangerous. At his sentencing hearing, Julian made a statement. He looked directly at Emma, who was sitting in the courtroom for victim impact testimony, and said, "I know you're mad at me now, but one day you'll understand that everything I did was because I love you. We're supposed to be together. I'll wait for you." Emma started crying. Not sad tears, angry tears. She stood up and told the judge she wanted to make a statement. The judge allowed it. Emma walked up to the front of that courtroom and said word for word, "Julian, I want you to hear this very clearly. I do not love you. I have never loved you. I will never love you. You are a stranger to me who happened to be in the same place at the same time, and I made the mistake of being polite to you. That's all we ever were. Strangers. Everything else was in your head." Then she turned to the judge and said, "Please give him the maximum sentence. Not for revenge, but because I genuinely believe he's a danger to any woman who makes the mistake of being kind to him." The judge gave him 12 years. He'll be eligible for parole in 8. I still manage the same restaurant. We still do Valentine's Day reservations, but I look at every couple differently now, especially the ones where one person seems overeager, or the dynamic seems off. Last year, I actually stopped a proposal. A guy wanted us to bring out the ring with dessert, and something about the way he talked about his girlfriend made my skin crawl. He kept saying, "She doesn't know how lucky she is, and she needs to understand what I do for her." I told him the ring delivery service wasn't available that night due to staffing issues, offered him a free dessert as apology. He was mad, but he left with his girlfriend without incident. Was I right to intervene? I don't know. Maybe they were perfectly happy and I let my paranoia get in the way of someone's special moment. Or maybe I stopped another Julian. I'd rather be wrong and overcautious than right and wishing I'd done something. Because sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one who seems the most romantic. The one who's planned everything perfectly, thought of every detail, made grand gestures. Because that kind of obsessive attention to detail in romance can flip to obsessive attention to detail in violence faster than you'd think possible. And it only takes one person, one night, one moment, where no isn't accepted as an answer, for romance to turn into horror. Jesus. That one still gets me. Now, I want to ask you, have you ever witnessed a proposal go wrong? Maybe not as wrong as this one, but those awkward moments where someone says no in public. Drop your stories in the comments. And please, if you're planning to propose to someone, Make absolutely sure they want to marry you first, okay? We've got one more story for you tonight, and this one is different from the first two. Before we get to it, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell icon so you don't miss any future episodes. These stories take time to research and produce, and your support means everything to us. Let's get to our final story. Story 3. My name is Diane, and I'm a mail carrier for the United States Postal Service. I've been delivering mail in the same neighborhood in suburban Ohio for 12 years. It's a good route. Nice families, quiet streets, the kind of place where people leave cold water out for the mailman in summer and cookies at Christmas. I know my customers. I know who gets what kind of mail, who's expecting packages, who gets birthday cards from grandchildren. It's part of the job, and I take pride in it. I'm not just delivering mail. I'm part of the community. This story starts about 3 weeks before Valentine's Day, 2023. I noticed it on my route because it was unusual. A greeting card-sized envelope addressed to a woman named Patricia Vollmer at 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane. Handwritten address, no return address, and here's the thing that caught my attention. It had 17 first-class stamps on it. You only need one stamp for a regular envelope. 17 was excessive and weird. But people do strange things sometimes. Maybe someone didn't know how many stamps were needed, so I didn't think much of it. I delivered it to Patricia's mailbox like I would any other piece of mail. 3 days later, another envelope showed up for Patricia. Same handwriting, same excessive stamps. This time, 19 of them. Then another one 4 days after that, with 23 stamps. I started paying attention. Over the next 2 weeks, Patricia Vollmer received 7 of these envelopes, each with increasingly more stamps on them. The last one had 39 first-class stamps. I did the math. Whoever was sending these was spending over $20 in postage per envelope when a single 60-cent stamp would have done the job. Now, I'm not supposed to keep track of what mail people get, privacy and all that. But I've been doing this job long enough to know when something's not right. And this felt not right. Here's the other thing. I'd never seen Patricia Vollmer. I'd been delivering to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane for 12 years, and I'd never once encountered the person who lived there. The house was a small, well-maintained ranch home with a neatly trimmed lawn. Mail was always taken in by the time I came back the next day. But I'd never seen anyone coming or going, never seen a car in the driveway, nothing. It wasn't abandoned. Utilities were clearly on, the lawn was maintained, someone was living there, but whoever Patricia Vollmer was, she was a ghost. Then on February 13th, the day before Valentine's Day, I got to Patricia's mailbox and found something that made my blood run cold. Taped to the inside of her mailbox, where only the mail carrier would see it, was a note written on a torn piece of notebook paper. "Please help me. Don't deliver the cards. He's watching." My hands started shaking as I read it. I looked around, suddenly hyper-aware of every parked car, every window, every shadow. The street was empty, quiet like it always was at 2 p.m. on a weekday. I had mail for Patricia that day. Another one of those over-stamped envelopes. I stood there for probably 5 minutes trying to decide what to do. My training said deliver the mail. It's not my business what's in people's envelopes. But that note was a cry for help. I did something I'd never done in my entire career. I didn't deliver the envelope. I put it back in my mail truck and continued my route, my heart pounding the entire time. After my shift ended, I went straight to the police station. I showed them the note, told them about the weird envelopes, explained my concerns about never seeing Patricia. The officer who took my statement was young, looked like he thought I was overreacting. "Ma'am, maybe she just doesn't like the cards and doesn't want to confront the sender," he said. "Sometimes people are overly friendly and it makes folks uncomfortable." "Then why say he's watching?" I asked. That's not someone who's just annoyed by unwanted mail. That's someone who's scared. He took down the information, said they'd do a welfare check on Patricia Vollmer, and I went home feeling like I'd done what I could. The next day was Valentine's Day. I had the day off. Sundays are no delivery days, and Valentine's Day happened to fall on a Sunday that year. I spent it with my husband, tried to enjoy a nice dinner, but I couldn't stop thinking about Patricia Vollmer and that note. Monday morning, I went back to work. My route supervisor pulled me aside before I could even start loading my truck. The police called about Patricia Vollmer, he said. They did a welfare check on Sunday. My stomach dropped. And? The woman who answered the door said everything was fine. She was polite, cooperative, showed them around the house. No signs of distress, no evidence of anyone else living there. She said she did leave the note in the mailbox, but she was just trying to avoid awkward conversation with an ex-boyfriend who wouldn't stop sending her cards. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Did you see her? I asked. Did they describe her to you? My supervisor looked confused. Why would they? Because I've never seen her, I said. In 12 years, I've never once seen Patricia Vollmer. He shrugged. Some people are private. The police said she was fine, so that's that. Just deliver her mail normally from now on. So that's what I did. Tuesday, I went back to my route. When I got to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane, the note was gone from the mailbox. There was mail for Patricia. Another overstamped envelope, this one with 47 stamps on it. I delivered it. I didn't know what else to do. But here's what bothered me, what still bothers me. The police said they did the welfare check on Sunday, Valentine's Day. But Valentine's Day was my day off. I wasn't working. So, who delivered the mail on Saturday? I checked with my supervisor. On Saturdays, my route is covered by a substitute carrier named Glenn. I asked Glenn if he remembered delivering to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane that Saturday. The little ranch house? Yeah, I remember it. Had one of those weird overstamped envelopes for some lady named Patricia. Did you deliver it? I asked. Of course I delivered it. That's the job. Did you see anyone? The person who lives there? Glenn thought about it. No, nobody around. Quiet street. Why? I didn't tell him about the note. I just thanked him and went back to my route. Here's what I think happened, and I have no way to prove this, but it keeps me up at night. I think Patricia Vollmer did leave that note on Friday, asking me not to deliver the cards. I think she was scared of whoever was sending them. I think she was hoping that if the cards stopped coming, maybe the sender would lose interest, move on, whatever. But Glenn delivered the Saturday envelope. And I think whoever was sending those cards, whoever had been sending them for weeks, with more stamps each time, spending more money each time, escalating each time. I think they were watching the house. I think they saw the envelope get delivered. And I think when the police showed up on Sunday to do the welfare check, whoever answered that door and said everything was fine. I don't think it was Patricia. I've delivered mail to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane every working day since then. That was over a year ago. The overstamped envelopes stopped after Valentine's Day. No more cards, no more notes, nothing unusual. But I've still never seen Patricia Vollmer. Last month I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I looked up Patricia Vollmer's name in a people search database online. There are 3 Patricia Vollmers in Ohio. One is in her 70s, living in a nursing home in Cleveland. One is in her 30s, married with kids, living in Columbus. The third one doesn't have any information beyond a name. I drove by 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane on my day off last week. I parked across the street, watched the house for a while. Stupid, I know. But I had to know. Around 3 p.m., someone came out to get the mail. A woman, maybe mid-40s, blonde hair, average build. She looked normal, unremarkable. She took the mail from the mailbox, glanced up and down the street once, then went back inside. I sat there for another 20 minutes watching the house. The curtains never moved. No lights turned on or off. No signs of life beyond that one moment of mail retrieval. I don't know if that was Patricia Vollmer. I don't know if Patricia Vollmer even exists anymore, but I do know that I ignored a cry for help because I followed protocol, because I listened to what I was told instead of what my gut was screaming at me. The envelopes with excessive stamps. I looked it up later. In some circles, putting too many stamps on a letter is a form of coded communication. Each additional stamp can represent something: a threat, a countdown, a message that can't be written down. 47 stamps on that last envelope, 4 and 7. The numbers, when you live with them, add up differently. I don't want to speculate what they meant, but they meant something to someone. Every day when I deliver mail to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane, I look at that mailbox and remember that note. Please help me. Don't deliver the cards. He's watching. And every day, I wonder if the person taking in that mail is the person who wrote that note, or if it's the person she was afraid of. I still deliver the mail. It's my job. But I pay attention now to the weird patterns, the excessive stamps, the sudden changes in mail flow. And if I ever see another note like that one, I won't just take it to the police. I don't know what I'll do, but I won't make the same mistake twice. I've done some digging since then, not official investigating. I'm a mail carrier, not a detective. But I've asked around, looked into property records, tried to piece together information about 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane and its occupant. The house was purchased in 2009 by Patricia Ann Vollmer. Paid in cash, full purchase price, no mortgage. Public records show she's listed as the sole owner. Property taxes are paid automatically from a bank account. Utilities are on automatic payment too. Everything about the house is designed to require minimal interaction with the outside world. I talked to some of the neighbors casually during my route, asked if they knew the woman who lived in the ranch house. Most of them had never met her. A few had seen someone coming or going over the years, but descriptions were vague. A woman, I think blonde, maybe middle-aged, pretty quiet, keeps to herself. One neighbor, an elderly man who's lived on Oak Ridge Lane for 30 years, told me something interesting. He said when Patricia first moved in, she was friendly, waved hello, chatted briefly about the weather and normal neighbor stuff. Then about a year after she moved in, she stopped coming outside. Just stopped. He'd knocked on her door once to ask if everything was okay, if she needed anything. Someone answered. A woman's voice through the door, saying she was fine, just preferred privacy. He never tried again. That was 13 years ago. I started paying closer attention to the mail that goes to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane. Not opening it, nothing illegal, just observing what kind of mail comes. It's mostly bills and junk mail, electric company, water, internet, grocery store circulars, credit card offers, the normal stuff. But there's no personal mail, no letters from friends or family, no birthday cards or Christmas cards, no magazines that would indicate hobbies or interests, just bills and advertisements. The only exception was those overstamped envelopes before Valentine's Day, and those stopped after the holiday. I've tried to get a glimpse inside the house during deliveries. The windows have curtains, always drawn. Sometimes I think I see movement behind them, a shadow passing by, but I can never be sure. The lawn is always maintained, but I've never seen who does it. I asked the elderly neighbor about it. He said a landscaping truck comes by every 2 weeks, always the same company. They mow, trim, and leave. He's never seen them interact with anyone from the house. The mailbox itself is standard issue, nothing special. But after the note incident, I started examining it more carefully. There are small scratches on the inside of the mailbox door, like someone scraped fingernails against the metal. They weren't there before February 2023. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the note, if maybe I was having a stress-induced hallucination or something. But I still have it. I kept it, didn't turn it over to the police with everything else. I keep it in my work truck, tucked into the visor, and I look at it sometimes to remind myself I'm not crazy. The handwriting is shaky, desperate. The paper is torn roughly, like it was ripped from a notebook in a hurry. And there are small spots on it that might be water damage, or might be tears. Someone wrote that note. Someone was scared enough to risk putting it where whoever was watching might find it. Someone needed help, and I failed them. I've thought about knocking on the door. Just showing up on my day off, knocking and asking to speak to Patricia Vollmer directly. But what would I say? Hi, I'm your mail carrier, and I think something terrible might have happened to you last year. They'd think I was insane. And honestly, I'm afraid. Afraid of what I might find. Afraid of confirming my worst suspicions. Because here's what I think happened. I've had a year to think about it, to piece together a theory. I think Patricia Vollmer lived alone in that house for years. I think someone became obsessed with her. Maybe a neighbor, maybe someone who saw her once and fixated on her, maybe someone from her past. I think they started sending her those cards with excessive stamps. The stamps were a code, like I said. In some communities, excessive postage is used to send coded messages. More stamps mean different things. Escalating numbers mean escalating urgency or threat. I think Patricia left that note asking me not to deliver the cards because she thought if the cards didn't reach her, the sender would lose interest. But Glenn delivered the Saturday card anyway. And I think the sender knew the cards were still being delivered, which meant Patricia hadn't been able to stop them, which meant she was vulnerable. I think when the police showed up on Sunday for the welfare check, whoever answered that door wasn't Patricia. It was the sender, who had already gotten to her. The sender who knew enough about Patricia to convincingly play the role of a woman who lived alone and just wanted privacy. Who could show police around a house they'd been studying for months through windows and photographs. Who could act calm and cooperative and completely normal. And the police, having no reason to suspect anything, left. Closed the case. Everything's fine, but it's not fine. The woman I saw getting the mail last month, was that Patricia? Had she somehow survived whatever happened, but was now too afraid to ask for help again? Or was it the sender, having taken over Patricia's life completely, living in her house, using her identity? Or worse. And this is the thought that wakes me up at night. Was the woman I saw just someone who looks similar enough to pass as Patricia at a distance? Someone the sender brought in to maintain the illusion of normalcy? I don't know. I'll probably never know. But I think about the timing. The cards stopped immediately after Valentine's Day. Not a few weeks later, not a gradual tapering off. They just stopped. People who are obsessed don't usually just stop. Not unless they got what they wanted. Or unless there was no longer any point in sending cards. I've considered filing a missing person report, but you can't report someone missing if they're not actually missing from any official perspective. Patricia Vollmer, according to all records, is alive and well and living at 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane. She pays her bills. She maintains her property. She exists on paper. Whether the actual Patricia Vollmer still exists in reality is another question. Last week I did something I probably shouldn't have. I took a photo of the woman I saw getting the mail, just a quick snapshot from my phone. I compared it to the only photo I could find of Patricia Vollmer online, a professional headshot from some company directory from 2008, before she bought the house. The woman in my photo has blonde hair like the Patricia from 2008. Similar build, similar age range. But the photo is from 15 years ago and taken from a distance, so I can't be sure if they're the same person. I sent the photos to a friend who's a detective in a different city, asked casually if they looked like the same person. She said maybe, but it was hard to tell with the quality and age difference. So I'm left with nothing but suspicions and guilt. Last month, I started varying my delivery route slightly, coming to 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane at different times within my route window, approaching from different directions, seeing if I could catch a glimpse of something, anything that might give me answers. Last Tuesday, I came earlier than usual, around 11 a.m. instead of my normal 2 p.m. As I walked up to the mailbox, I heard something from inside the house, a sound that made my blood freeze. Screaming. Muffled, distant, but definitely screaming. I stood there, mail in hand, heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. The screaming stopped after a few seconds. Then I heard what sounded like a door slamming. I called 911 right there, standing on the sidewalk. Told them I heard someone screaming inside 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane, that there might be someone in distress. Police showed up within 5 minutes. They knocked on the door. Someone answered. A woman's voice, calm and pleasant. They asked if everything was okay, if anyone had been screaming. The woman laughed, said she'd been watching a horror movie, had the volume up too loud, was sorry if she disturbed anyone. The police asked if they could come inside just to verify everything was okay. The woman said no, politely but firmly. Said she'd been in the shower and wasn't decent, but she was fine. Thank you for checking. The police couldn't enter without a warrant or probable cause, and someone heard screaming that might have been a TV isn't probable cause, so they left. But I heard that scream. I know what I heard, and it wasn't a TV. I've been delivering mail for 12 years, and I've heard plenty of TVs playing through doors and windows. I know what that sounds like. This was different. This was real. That night, I lay awake thinking about Patricia Vollmer, about that note, about everything that's happened. And I made a decision. I'm not a detective. I'm not a cop. I'm a mail carrier. But I'm also a human being who might be the only person who knows something is wrong at 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane. So, I'm documenting everything. Every weird piece of mail, every strange observation, every suspicious sound. I'm building a case, gathering evidence, preparing for the day when I have enough to make authorities take this seriously. Because Patricia Vollmer asked for help. She left that note in her mailbox, a desperate plea to the one person who would see it every day. And I let her down. I won't let her down again. Even if it takes years. Even if I never see another suspicious piece of mail, never hear another scream, never find another note. I'm watching 4,782 Oak Ridge Lane, and one day, I'm going to find out the truth. Patricia Vollmer, if you're out there, if you can hear this, if you're still alive somewhere in that house or wherever you might be, I'm sorry I didn't do more when you asked. I'm sorry I let someone tell me everything was fine when I knew it wasn't. I'm sorry I delivered that last card. But I haven't stopped looking. I haven't stopped paying attention. And I won't stop until I know what happened to you. Because everyone deserves to be found. Everyone deserves to have someone care enough to keep asking questions. Even if those questions never get answered. That's it for tonight's collection. 3 Valentine's Day stories that nobody involved will ever forget. Before you go, I need to ask something. If you found these stories disturbing, if they made you think, if they reminded you that sometimes the scariest things are the ones that could really happen, share this video. Send it to someone who loves true horror. Leave a comment telling us which story affected you the most and why. And please support this channel by subscribing. If you have a story of your own, something that happened to you or someone you know, you can submit it through the link in the description below. We read every submission and you might hear your story featured in a future episode. Remember, the world is stranger and scarier than we'd like to believe. Stay safe out there. Lock your doors, pay attention to the people around you. And if someone's behavior is setting off alarm bells in your head, trust your gut. Thanks for watching Park Ranger Files. Until next time.